Hello everyone and welcome to another Metalheads live stream. Let me just make sure I've got my audio set up correctly so that music that you just heard is still not playing. By the way, that music, if you guys didn't already know, it was made by Andy Gillian. He's a composer of Metalheads, so go check out his solo album Never After and his recently released solo album Arcade Metal. It freaking rocks, guys. Anyway, today I'm going to be working on not so much animation stuff as just general development work. So the last live stream I did was like 7 hours long because it was just a development stream, much like this is a development stream, and I got something in my eye. Anyway, so this stream, not going to be doing any animation stuff. I'm going to be jumping into some Photoshop and Unreal Engine 4, and that's pretty much about it. Why am I jumping into Photoshop and Unreal Engine 4? Well, because today we're going to be working on the power-up animation. You know, when the characters kind of like, you know, in Dragon Ball Z, how they're all like, you know, that was the weirdest sound ever. That was embarrassing. No, it's a live stream. Of course, that can be weird. But anyway, you know how they're like, powering up for like 10 episodes, and then finally does a shit on the toilet. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Anyway, so I'm going to be doing that part, that functionality as part of the Metal Ball Z? I can't word today. What the hell's going on? The Metal Ball Z, Metal Ball Z, however you want to pronounce it. Going to be doing that powering up functionality as part of that mini game. So that, you know, the characters can't just fire unlimited like little energy balls and, you know, kamehamehas effectively. So that's what we're going to be doing. So let's get into it, and let's just open up things first. So let me switch over to the desktop. All right. So we've got Unreal Engine 4. I've just opened it up here for you guys. You can see I've already actually worked on it. I just wanted to make sure that everything, you know, did work the way I wanted it to. So we're effectively going to aim for something like this. So I'm going to close that down. Close this down as well. I probably shouldn't have done that actually. I'm going to close that down. All right. So we're going to jump over into our Metal Ball Z minigame. We're going to try and end up with something like this. Now, as I said, this is kind of what I've already worked on. It's nothing spectacular, to be honest. It's really not. Ideally, I would make it so that you'd only kind of like see the outside of, so here's my little red cursor over to the left. You'd only sort of see like the outside of, just imagine like a glow around the player that's not really glowing. Like there's this area around the player that's just kind of transparent. And you'll see that in games like Dragon Ball Z games. They don't have like these little flame things just coming out every which way like this. Anyway, I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna start it from scratch, but I will show you the animation. That's not the animation. The animations that I did in Blender, and have imported them over into Unreal Engine 4. And the animations are the Metal Ball Z power up start. So this looks a bit weird. Looks like he's trying to hump the sky. So effectively it goes from just the idle animation where it's just kind of like hovering, and then kind of like slowly, you know, hunches down, and then kind of like a really, really good yawn in the morning. And then we go into our idle animation, which is this, and it starts where the other one ends, and it will just kind of repeat this. So it'll just constantly repeat. You can see there's a little bit of shaking in the arms and stuff, just, you know, kind of like struggling with so much power coming out of its body. But yeah, that's the idle animation. And then when the animation ends, when the player breaks out of their powering up cycle, we do this. Boom. It's kind of cute. I could probably change the animation speed a little bit. Now let's see what that looks like instead. Yeah, that's fine. I think 2 times is good. Without the sound effects. Speaking of sound effects, I'll have to do some of those later on, just so it all comes together, because it'll look kind of weird without the sound effects. But anyway, let's get into trying to figure out where I'm starting here. All right, we're not going to worry so much about the animation. We're going to jump into Photoshop. So I'm actually going to minimize this. Get out of that. Oops. Why is that not closing? Fine. Let's just move things around so I can see. I'm trying to, by the way, if you are chatting or if you do post something in the chat, I do have chat on this screen, but when I've got Unreal Engine open, I've also got that open on all 3 screens. So I may not see your message straight away, and I apologize in advance for that. But we're going to get into Photoshop. Where are we? Photoshop. And yeah, we'll make some little flame animation things. Let's see if I can make it better than I did before. So what I'm going to go to do is make a new 512 by 512. Yeah, I don't need it to be super high res, I guess. I'll make it 1024, bugger it. And I'll save that as just 1024 by 1024. There we go. That's our little starting point. What is going on? See, I've got some issues with Photoshop lately. I don't know why it performs terribly. I've got this brand new PC that's absolutely amazing, and it's like frozen. I have to like click out of it, get into it, and now it's stuck on marquee selection. Anyway, it's annoying. It could be something to do with my NVIDIA drivers. Maybe I need to get different drivers on here. I don't know. Anyway, what I'm going to do firstly is make the entire screen black. Then I'm going to make a new layer. I only make it black like that just so I can see what I'm doing. Now, what we are doing here is making a little animation sheet. So if you imagine that this, I'm just gonna really rough this out, right? If this here was split up into a grid, best grid ever, by the way. All right, all right, so super even grid spaces here. So what we're gonna do is effectively just do like little variations of the animation in each of these grid spaces. And don't know what that is. But anyway, we're going to do these little animation things. And what Unreal Engine will do, it will go through each of these cells. It'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. It'll work its way down the animation array, I should say. So yeah, it'll go from here and it'll work its way across, then down, and then across, and then down, and across, down, and across, till it gets to here, and then it will go all the way back over here and repeat. I could also make it so that it picks these at random. It just goes to whatever thing it wants, just so it doesn't really matter for an animation like this because it's happening so fast and there's lots of things happening. So you're not really going to see it if it's, you know, going in between each cell, or if it, you know, is doing them randomly. It doesn't really matter too much. Anyway, so that's what we're going to do. I'm just going to delete that. Do another one. So first, what I'll do is mess around with this. Now, last time I'm pretty sure I just kind of grabbed that, did this, and then, and when I say last time, I mean like when I was just testing this on my own, just to see, you know, how I could get it to work properly. It's probably a little bit too faded, or too too soft on the edges. Not that it really matters too much to begin with, because I'm just going to chip away at it. I guess. Oh, that's the brush to remove things. I'm gonna put some background music on for you guys as well. There you go. There we go. And this will basically serve as my starting point. Alright. So that can be the first of the flame animation, I guess. And then the next one. So what I did last time, I did this a kind of different way. Kind of went, I duplicated each section, and then I kind of like just messed around with them using the smudge tool, which just allows me to like drag things across and just kind of manipulate the flame a little bit. And it works, you know. That's actually quite good, because we don't want it to be vastly different for each frame of the animation. We just want it to be slightly different. So that's what we're gonna do. Oops, I don't want to. Actually, I could duplicate that. That's fine. And then I could make it so that this flicks over like that. So yeah, you can get a little bit creative with this. This is like a very tedious thing. We need 16 of these slides, by the way. I don't want to spend too much time on them because, once again, I just want to make this as quick as possible. Get rid of that. It's quite powerful. And it may look a bit weird, but, you know, it's just what we do. Alright, make things look weird. I could fill it in a little bit just to give it some depth. I don't know if that's the right word. Some substance. I don't know if that's the word or not, but I'm gonna go with it. Now that's a little bit weird. That doesn't look right. Looks like something else. And I could just get that. Could use a blurring tool or something like that. I don't like how that looks. Hang on. Alright. Maybe I'll go back to this other one. I've destroyed that slide so much, so we'll go back to our default one. And we'll make it just go the other way or something, maybe. That looks a bit strange. That's fine. I'll duplicate that one, see if I can modify this a little bit. Nope. Press that on the side a little bit. There's much better ways of doing this, by the way, but this is how I'm doing it, just because I'm a noob. I don't know what I'm doing, you know. That's what us noobs do. Just gonna kind of drag that one up. That'll do for that one. Make another one. That's fine, I guess. I don't want them to distort too much, that's the other thing, because it can look a little bit ridiculous sometimes. I mean, I know it's a flame type of thing, so I shouldn't be too worried about it looking ridiculous. It's a flame, it's meant to be wild and chaotic. I hope you guys can hear me all right. I'm just going to check the chat one moment. Can, excellent. All right. That one is going to move quite a bit across. This one, maybe I can just move this up heaps. Really, yeah, that works. Let's see. Maybe shorten this one down. And I mean, I could do other things as well. Like I could, if I really wanted to, I could maybe just add like a little flicker of something. Whoops, that's not what I want. I could go in here and, oops, that's a little bit too big. Yeah, I could go in here and mess with this a bit. Just to add a little bit of extra detail. But I don't think I will worry about that, to be honest. It's not that necessary for what we're after. There is something I do want to try though, and I will try that on the live stream. Where are we at? We are at 10 copies, 11 now. This is live, so if you guys are, you know, if you do have any questions, fire away. I will happily answer them. Or at least do my best to answer them. What have I done to this one? Alright, that'll do. That's fine. I can change these later on if I want to, if I don't like the look of the slide. As I said though, I've really just got to adjust them slightly. So this one I could move it just a small amount. And then I can just position them where I want. So we're up to slide 12, so we're almost done with this, so that's good. I could actually just make a new slide as well, so I might do that. So if I maybe did that, that'll do. And you can kind of see that it's, that's where it's a little bit tricky. Hang on, because this brush is way too big. I can add like thickness up the top here, so that's fine, but in this little V part, I don't want it to be too thick. Yeah. So now come through and do this again. That's fine for that one. It's a little bit too close to the top though for my liking. Didn't want to do that. I know it looks kind of dumb, but when this is like, it's animating these slides very, very rapidly, like really rapidly. So it's meant to be super quick, super flickery looking. I'll come back to this one. This is like still the best looking one here. The one I started with. I don't want to do that. Maybe I can really just make it. Don't want to go that extreme. probably already got a slide that looks like this, but that's fine. Sometimes a little bit of repetition doesn't hurt the actual slide. Now, I may get a phone call as well during this live stream, and I will point out that I do have to jump off, so I'll put it on standby. Probably around 6 o'clock, which is about 2.5 hours from now. And I also need to feed my cats in about, I don't know, half an hour or so. I'm sure you guys will forgive me, right? Hopefully. Alright, we're almost done. This is the boring part. Or is it? I don't know. You tell me. Is it boring? I hope not. It's really hard to make these kind of streams entertaining. And even if I try to make it entertaining, it's not. But, you know, I'll try anyway. I'll do my best. Try and keep you guys entertained for long enough. Alright, I think I got 16 slides. Alright, now, what do? I get this, and I'm going to move it. That's not what I want. This is really annoying because the last time I did this, it was a lot easier just to move the entire thing, not like that. Because currently the width is, I need to make the width of this thing. Oh, I know what I've got to do. All right. Dirt. Yeah, I did this kind of wrong. These weren't meant to be transparent yet, so there's a reason for it. So as you saw, when I tried to select this, it tries to select around this. It doesn't try to select the entire thing. Now there is a better way of doing this actually. If I go to that, transform selection, free transform, there we go. That's what I want to do. So what I want to do is make this, so 256. The reason I want to make it 256 is because that is a quarter of what I'm trying to do. So it's 1024 by 1024 resolution. It's a quarter of that. I don't need this. This one. No, I don't want to transform selection. I want to transform the actual thing. I'm gonna make that 256. Now you can set up what's called a macro in Photoshop as well, and that's where you can effectively hit a button or just click a function and boom, it does a macro. Very, very handy to do. I don't have much experience with making macros though, that's the only downside. Now you'll see a bit of a problem here, and this is actually what I was kind of talking about before. It doesn't snap to, you know, the right spot. Okay, so what we're gonna do is fix this up a little bit. I'm gonna go back a few steps. Sorry about that. Gonna go to this one, and we're gonna merge this layer down with this one. That didn't even, what? It was supposed to merge down, there we go. And now when I try to move this, see how it's selecting the entire thing before it selects whatever I've painted in to that layer. And considering the layer was transparent, it ignores any transparent areas. So for example, it was ignoring about that much. So when I try to shrink it down, it was only shrinking it based on this area here. Don't know if that made any sense whatsoever, but anyway. So 256 by 256. There. Done. Now I make a layer, and I make that fully filled in with black. and then I merge down and I move this 256 by 256. It's a bit tedious, but now you'll see what happens. He has given me these guidelines and it's kind of like snapping to the edge of the other one. That's what I want to happen. And so that's working really well. Fill that in. I'm gonna do this with each one just rapidly. It's just a lot quicker. Oops, did not want to do that. Once again, there's probably a quicker way of doing this. Like maybe, yeah, that's the quicker way. Alt and left click. I knew there was a better way. See, I actually kind of like forget things. It's like my brain has to relearn a lot of things when I'm working on them. Oops, I do not want these to be visible. Otherwise I can't see what I'm doing. Yeah, so a lot of the time, like if I go back and forth between things, I have to like, you know, if I want to learn particles or something like that, I have to relearn how to do particles. And even that, I'm not that skilled at doing particles. I'm not that skilled at doing a lot of this stuff. I just know the basics really well, I guess. And I make the most of what I know. Alright, so that's 256 as well. 256, where you at? This seems bigger than 256. What's going on here? Is that right? I don't know. So what it'll do, yeah, as it goes through the animations, it'll move from this one to this one, to that one, to that one. So it's gonna kind of like flicker across a little bit. But it's gonna happen so damn fast. You're not even gonna really notice. You're not gonna go, oh, that slide looks crap. I don't like that. If you do, then, well, I think you need a new hobby. Because nitpicking things like this would be rather tedious and kind of pathetic. Alright, so 256 for this. And merge that down. I'm gonna make this down here, it's a bit easier to work with. Move that up. And you can see it all kind of just snaps into place, and that's like, it's fantastic. That's what I do love about Photoshop. It has a lot of these little smart functions in it. And I barely know a lot of the functionality in Photoshop. Like I'm, as I said, once again, I know the very bare basics. Scratching the surface. $256. All right. So after this, what we'll do, we'll take this over into Unreal Engine 4. And then I'll show you guys how to make a particle. Well, roughly. I'm not going to do it from scratch. This isn't a tutorial video. Once again, I have to sort of mention that. Because there are people that, like, I'll make a video, right? Even if I do a live stream or something like that, or if people see the trailer or they, you know, they see the game and they'll literally message me asking, how did I do this thing that took months or years to do? As if I can summarize it in a paragraph. Or can you make a tutorial, or can you show me how to do it? I don't have time. I would love to do tutorials though later on. Once I can, you know, be comfortable financially. I would love to help other developers out. I think one of the best you can do as someone successful is to help others succeed. as much as right now it would be kind of annoying for me because, well, I don't have the time to do that, and you know, I've got to survive somehow, so I work a day job. In my time off, I have to kind of, you know, my time is valuable, so I have to kind of work out what the best way to spend that time is. So today, for example, and yesterday and the day before, I went to the gym. But I also wanted to make sure that my day was spent doing work. I didn't, as much as I love playing games, it makes me feel like I'm wasting my time. Because I've got so much to do and I don't want to waste time. I want to get stuff done. I want to get this game like to a point that's it's selling well and I can actually sit back and relax and not feel like I'm, you know, kind of like not feel guilty for bugs and problems in the game. Like I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. I don't want to be an apologist. I want to have a game that I am actually genuinely excited for somebody to play and not be like biting my fingernails going, oh, they're gonna run into bugs. Oh, hey, you may run into this and you may run into that. I haven't finished that, and also, you know, this isn't really done. It's very buggy. I need to rework. I hate doing that. It feels shit. It feels, once again, I'm being an apologist, and it doesn't feel nice. I would much prefer to, you know, be able to put the game out and just sit back and relax and enjoy watching someone else enjoying my game. Hell, I want to be able to play my own game and play with friends and family and stuff and be proud of it, not sit there feeling like I have to excuse myself. And that's not a fault of anyone except for myself. Like, you know, people play games to have fun, and yeah, there are people out there who will just rag on a game, they'll bomb it, you know, they'll flat out just tear it to shreds. That's fine, I get it. I do the same thing with some games. But, you know, there's a lot of people, a lot of you guys, you just want to play games to have fun. You want to play games for the community aspect. You want to, you know, especially multiplayer and party games. You want to jump on a Discord server with your friends, or, you know, you want to sit down at home, pick up your controllers and just have a good time and just laugh and have fun. So that's, you know, that's what I want to experience as well. Like, once upon a time when Metalheads was sort of starting out and it was offline mode only and I didn't have to like rework everything, it was very difficult to begin with, because you know, I had to go through all the nasty, annoying bugs with my friends, and my poor friends had to put up with the worst versions of this game. You guys have no idea. If you run into a bug now, you've got no idea what a buggy game is until you played a prototype of something, like an actual prototype of something. Metalheads was atrocious to play. I had friends come over the very first time playing the game, and oh boy, I sat in a beanbag, I've got alcohol in hand, I'm ready to have a good time, and the whole thing fell apart. It was just the worst. I hated it. I'm just gonna do number 2. Right, number 2. I'm gonna do a number 2. Alright, so that is that animation thing done. I can tweak this and change it. For example, one thing I wanted to do actually was go in here, render fibers. Alright, wait, maybe this. Yeah. Oh no, where's it all gone to? So now what I can do is multiply. That's looking, if I go color burn, that looks really cool. I might actually roll with that. Color dodge kind of maybe works. I wanted to kind of like eat into the fading parts. So I think color burn was the one that worked the most. So I'm going to do that. And I'm going to flatten the image. I'm going to put that here. Copy that over the top. And we're going to go with that. That's fine. Something else I can do. I can mess around in the filters. I can blur it a little bit if I wanted to. So Gaussian blur. It'd be good if I could see what I'm dealing with. This tiny little window. What? I don't know what this box does. What is that? See, I'm still learning stuff. So I can blur that. That didn't do a damn thing. At least not that I could see. If I go with that, filter, blur, Gaussian blur. Maybe I'll just blur it. Ah, there we go. That's what I wanted to preview. I was just a bit confused then. I don't think I need to blur it actually. I think it's fine just to leave it as is. Yeah, I'll do that. I could, of course, go in and change the brightness, contrast. That will tighten up the fading around the edges even more. I don't necessarily want to do that because it can make things look a bit stupid. Could brighten it, maybe, but once again, it just brings out the gray and makes it like turn into white. Therefore, taking away the fading. I could do something more like that, which is a bit more subtle. So that could work. And then just turn the contrast down. I'm not too sure actually. I'll leave it as is. And then I will export this again. Oh, there it is. Yes. And I will save this document in case I need to. I don't want to save. I'll save it to my computer. Think, what the frig is all this? Creative Cloud, folks. All right, I haven't seen that pop up before. Don't know what that's about. Textures and materials, animation, and I'll go Null Z power up. Photoshop document, PSD. Close that down so we don't use up all my resources. Hey little dude, what you doing? Little metalhead. Okay. Have some water. Now, I want to go to where are we? Just on a different screen here. Actually, I'll bring it across so you can see what I'm doing. I normally would have like a screen switching thing in Streamlabs, which is a streaming software that I use. I just can't remember how to make it just transition between screens depending on what I've clicked on. I'm not going to worry about that too much though. So you can see I've already created what looks to be a particle, but I'm going to redo these things, alright, just for the stream. So first thing is first, I have to import the texture that I just created. So that's this one here. Probably got to do some other things to adjust it in the properties, but you know, I'm going to leave it for the time being. I think like in here I have to do something. Power 2 mode, pad power 2, no I don't want to do that. sRGB, I don't think I have to do that either. I'm going to leave that. I think it was just something to do with this in here. I think I just had to make it like an alpha, no sRGB. I think it was that. And what this does, the compression settings, it will just help with the, the performance of the game. Sorry, words. are escaping me once again. Yeah, it'll help with the performance of the game, because if you gotta think these things are happening like constantly. It's constantly loading this image and compressing it real time. So if the compression technique is less intense, like it's not doing all these other things it doesn't really have to do, therefore the performance will be better. So where were we? Looking in here, and now we have to create a material out of this. And that material is something we're going to use in a particle animation. I'll just leave it as is. Go into here. Now, in order to change the color of this, I need to particle color, and then I can multiply that. Because we've got a black and white texture. Good thing is about that is whatever color is like fed through to here, it will multiply white by whatever that color is. Yeah, if I made this red and then I tried to multiply it by like something else, it'll mix the colors. It just won't work very well. Won't work the way I want it to. Now there's no default value for this, but just to give you guys an idea, if I went in here, went to that, and then I change this, see it's black at the moment, it's not going to show anything. It's multiplying, effectively white is 1, a value of 1. It's multiplying 1 by 0 right now because black is 0. If I made this red, hello, there we go, make this red, you'll see that the flames here are now red. And that's effectively what's going to happen with this here. But the difference with particle color and this is like this is a parameter that can be modified at runtime, wherever else. It just it can't be accessed within the particle editor, at least not the basic particle or the old particle editor that I'm using, which is called Cascade. There is a much better particle editor, far out words, called Niagara, like Niagara Falls, I guess. And Niagara is a lot more powerful, a hell of a lot more powerful. I just have no damn clue on how to use it. It's very complicated. I've tried to follow tutorials. I don't know if the tutorials are just bad or I'm just dumb. More than likely it is the latter. It's actually probably fairly simple, but I guess I just need to be in the right mindset to actually learn it. Once I learn the basics, I should be good to go for the rest of it. Get the ball rolling after that. Now, there is an issue. So if we break this up into a 4x4 grid, when the particle, does this little quadrant, oh my god, here we go. When the particle does this part here, right, in this top left corner, and then the next one, then the next one, it's going to display the black background. We don't want that. We want this to be transparent, but we don't want the white part to be transparent. So we'll drag out from, I don't think the alpha, I think it's the RGBA, which is red, green, blue, alpha. I also need to change this so that this is here, and I need this to be translucent, so see-through, and it doesn't need to be lit by anything. It doesn't need to cast shadows. It doesn't need to receive light. It is a light source effectively. So and you'll notice there's no like reflections anymore on this, whereas before made it opaque and lit, and you can kind of see it's getting some weird shading happening there. So change that to that. Cool. Now opacity shouldn't be the alpha. I think it's this. Yeah. All right. There we go. That's probably because I've set up the texture wrong. Normally I just drag out from the alpha channel. Obviously I've set up the texture wrong because normally that's what I would do. From here, I mean, I could do things like adjusting the opacity, so I could actually go in, multiply this value. I could make it 0.05, and you can see this is like really see-through now. I'm gonna leave it alone for the time being, maybe make it 0.9. I think that's good enough. It's a little bit see-through, but not fully. Alright, so we've got our texture sorted for now. Now I need to go in here and create a particle. Yay, particle. Now, for the sake of keeping this simple, because my brain is a bit slow right now, I'm tired again, funnily enough. I've had a big workout today. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy from an existing particle system, maybe. Actually, no, look, let's just try it. Let's try it. Let's show you from square one. If I can't figure this out in, say, 5 minutes, I'll do it the other way. All right, so this is our particle system. I can create a new thing here, but I'll get to that in a second. All these little funny looking colors is a particle, right? So first thing that's required is the animation thingo, which is this little sheet. This one here. So I want to grab that. I'm going to type in MBZ. Go to that. Uh-oh, look at this. What the heck is this? What's going on, right? So now I need to make this velocity. So what velocity does, it'll stretch the, well, it'll change the screen alignment based on the direction that the thing is moving and the speed that the thing is moving. So I need to go into, I'm just trying to think where. Oh, I think I've got to go animation or something. I can't remember now. I think it's actually in here. Sorry, my camera's kind of in the way. Oh, sub UV, here we go, linear. So I can go linear like this, and I can select some sub images horizontal 4 and 4 vertical. Scale UV, no, is it 16 total? No, it is 4 by 4. Alright, so now it's actually kind of going through these random images change. I don't know, it doesn't look like it's randomly selecting from the images though. Random. Let's have a look. If I change the spawn rate down to something less, so I go 1. No, let's make it like that. Initial velocity, I'm just gonna change these so it's super boring right now. It doesn't move to the side or anything, it's just going straight up. Alright, it seems to be picking the exact same image each time, so I need to fix that. Also, linear blend, yeah, it's not changing in between UVs, I think. So sub images horizontal and sub images vertical, it needs to be, if I went 2, it's gonna do that. If I went 4, it'll do that. If I do 1, it'll do all 4 going across. So it has to be 4 by 4. Scale UVs, what if I went 16? No. Ah, why can't I think of what, why is that not working? I'm just stupid, that's why. Move that back over here. Just gonna check out the existing animation. Ah, because I got a sub image index, that's why. So that will tell the particle how to behave, like going through the sub images, or the grid, effectively. Where is that? Sub UV, sub image index, there we go. And then, I don't think that's right, I think it needs to be constant. Sorry, I'm just like leaning because the camera is in the way. Wonder if I can tuck some cables behind. Wonder if that works. Alright, out value. I'm gonna have to look at this other particle. So what's it doing? 0 to 1. Oh yeah, out value 16 because it goes from. That's what I thought. Alright, so this is saying at the start, so at 0, going to, now I'm doing this back to front. So do that 0, we output, location 0 effectively. Or index, sub-image index 0, which is the top left corner. And then when we get to 1, that's the end. So 0 to 100. We want the output to be 16. So, which is the bottom right. Effectively. Okay. So this is where it's a little bit weird. Like you'll see it's kind of like flickering between the the different I guess animation cells, and it just looks a bit strange. It doesn't look right. Linear curve auto looks slightly better. It still looks crap. We can fix it. We can fix it. I think in here I can fix it by if I go linear, I think I can leave these just 1 by 1. No, I can't. It has to be 4 by 4. I can make it so that it just picks a random sub-image index. Just trying to think how that's done. Because these ones, I don't think do that same problem. Is looped. I'm just going to rely on this just because I need to figure out what's going on here. It could be, so this is where it's a bit risky to do too much variation in between the actual flames. But normally, see what I want it to do is just pick an image from the index though. Like if I went 0, we don't really notice any difference here. Maybe it's because that image sheet is just better than the other one. I don't know, maybe. Lifetime, yeah, required. Anim sheet, velocity, have I changed that? Yeah, I made it velocity based. Emitter loops. We don't want any loops, that's fine. Interpolation, random blend, scale UV. I think it's literally just going to come down to the fact that this animation sheet of mine is probably better, like the other one was anyway. Well, there we go. So this is going to just literally go through each one. Linear blend? No, I don't want that random. Yeah, I'd rather it picks from a random cell than to animate. And that way each little flame is slightly different to the next. And when we do a lot of flames, that's when you're going to end up with it looking like this. Yeah, it generally looks better then. Now, I want this to survive for a very short period of time, and I'm going to up the velocity a lot. Like a flame. Initial velocity 1000 and 200. You guys are probably like, what the hell? Initial size, probably not that big. I want this to spawn a lot more. 500. There we go. And then I can change this so that it is initial velocity of like 200 maybe. Minus 200. That way it sprays out in random directions. And now you can see, like, you would not notice the animations changing. Actually, if I go into here for a second, I'll show you something. Let's see what it looks like if I change this back to linear, where it goes through the animations per particle. It flickers and looks terrible. Alright, so it needs to be random blend, where each particle just picks an image and it sticks to that image for the entirety of its lifetime. Initial velocity. 1,200, yeah, that's fine. And then what I can do is make it so it's not spawning from one specific location, which is 0, 0, 0. We need it to spawn from, I think, a sphere. Now it kind of looks like it's kind of like spawning from around, well, a sphere, which would be a player. So what I like to do at this point is actually, I don't want that one. I like to put the animation into a level to preview it. And copy, put that where the character is. This is just to give me a rough idea of what it's actually going to look like with a character. Of course, the animation may look slightly different depending on where I actually have it set up on the character itself, but it's fine. And then I can change the color over life. So this is all part of creating a particle system, by the way. It's a little bit tedious, but that's just how it is. I'm gonna create some drag as well. But I think that's in velocity, maybe. Speed, lifetime, I don't know. Acceleration, drag. Oh, I could even make it drag over lifetime. So I can make it so that at the beginning it's full speed, and then towards the end that's when it slows down, if I want to do it that way. So I make it around like halfway into its lifetime, it's still going at full speed, and then at the end, oops, I want that to go there, and at the end of its lifetime we want to set the drag to be quite high, quite intense. Make it 50 if I really want. Nope. It's not really working, is it? Why? Why is it not working? Acceleration of, oh, that's acceleration over life. That's not drag over life. Whoops. Drag. Life. Alright. Life's a drag. I don't want that. I want this to be a constant curve or a uniform curve. Constant curve. Halfway, and then at the end of its life, that's when we'll add its drag. Maybe I can. Out value. It's just not playing ball. Alright, you know what? Don't worry about that. I'm just gonna add some drag. And then go 8. Yeah, see how it's like slowing at the end of its lifetime? That's what I wanted to do. But there's another issue now, and that is the damn size of this. It's huge. Doesn't need to be that big. Minimum size 5, minimum size 5, make that 15, make that 15 maybe. Okay. Slightly, not very visible, that's fine. Make the drag go to 7 so it can go a little bit higher. Nah, the drag is happening way too quick, I don't like that. Maybe I'll make the lifetime a little bit longer. 0.6, 0.8. And then I'll go color over life. Let's change. Should be alpha over life. Here we go. 0 to 1. Huh. Strange. Seems I can't change the transparency of this over a lifetime currently. But what I can do is go size by life. Size by life. Size by speed, maybe? No, I don't want that. That's really not what I want. This is the boring part of this, by the way. But when it all comes together, it starts looking really good. Or at least better than what it did. So, size by life, I want it so that when it hits 1, it shrinks. Actually, I'll add another point. Make that 0.8. Keep that at its normal size. Make that 0. You made 0.5. And that kind of like shrinks down when it gets to the end of its life. It creates a little bit of a fade off effect. And let's see, who's messaging? It's my best mate, Casey. Sorry, Casey, you'll have to wait. Love you, bro. I got a really sore back. I hurt my back a few weeks ago doing deadlifts. I kind of lifted the bar, eased back into my spine rather than like keeping everything tense. But, my body did not like it. Could have done some permanent damage, not too sure. It has been throbbing ever since around my tailbone, or just above the tailbone, lower back area. But today when I went to the gym, I was able to lift heavy weights that I did the last time when I hurt my back, and it was fine. So, doesn't stop it from aching and throbbing though. Alright, so this isn't quite what I wanted it to turn out as. So if I go to initial velocity, initial size, I make it just 0. Yikes. Maybe don't want that. Okay, 20. That's too big. Way too big. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. Let's just spawn more of these in. It's still not overly visible, that's the problem. And it just looks a bit strange. Because you gotta think, like, the camera is going to be out here. And right now, that is not a very noticeable power up. Color over life. There is actually a thing in here that I can go particle parameter. What do we call it? Particle color, I guess. What's it in this other one? I'm pretty sure. Initial color, innate color. I'm confused. Innate color. I gotta have a look at something. I don't know. Oh, I think I've got to set up the parameters in here somewhere. I don't know. Parameter defaults. Just trying to think where that init color thing comes from. Oh, I think, of course, it works kind of strangely. So I would go init color. I'm using the American spelling of color because that's just how I've got it set up with other things. So in the character, I've already got it set up in here, but I'll show you guys this stuff later. In the character, I can actually expose a parameter if I wanted to, or I can change Oh, hang on. Yeah, so I can expose the parameter, go into here, and you'll see init color is in here. And what I would do is when I'm setting up the character color, when you know they spawn in, the game sets a character color, I can change that color at runtime. It's a little bit, it's just like a gateway to access the particle and change the particle color. It's a bit of a weird way of doing it, but that's just how it is. Anyway, it works. Where is my particle? Oh, it's set to black. I need to make this something other than black. And now it's red. There you go. Yay, we're gonna make it red. The alpha for this thing, 0 to 1. It's kind of, if I make that 0, I don't know what's going on here. I can't, kind of is doing these weird little bursts. Let me just have a look at this for a sec. Don't want that. Don't want that, that's fine. Delay first loop only, no. Max draw count. It's probably because there's too many. Yeah, that's what it is. If I went 20, there we go. Because right now this is trying to spawn in 800 particles right now. I have significantly less particles with my other one and it's fine. So what I'll do, I'll go in here, change this to 500, which I think is what my other one's set at, roughly. 500. Just gotta have a look here. Initial size 15, 20. Yeah, I've got that set up the same. 5, whoops. Change that color back to white again. And it's just very, very subtle. You can't really see the particle. I think it's because in the actual thing over here, I've got to up the emissive amount. So if I go multiply, drag out from there, whoops, make that like 10. And now this thing should like glow. So it's way more noticeable. It's still not great though. Yeah. Perhaps I've got to do something else to make it better. And the other thing is, like, when I look at the velocity of that, 100, I don't know. That's 100, 200. I don't think this goes out that much. 200 by minus 200, that's the same. Don't know. Not too sure why that is. Sphere, 25. Velocity. So from back here, it's not standing out very much, is it? Not compared to this. Like if I turn that off and that off, like that just seems to really stand out compared to that. I'm just trying to think what I did. Oh, of course, I'm an idiot. Yeah, size by life, when it gets to about here, like stretches. Oops. Oh geez, maybe not that much. Yeah, like if we look at this one, this is the one I did before. At the halfway mark, it's going 3, 5, 1. This is 3, 5, whoa, 1. Well, we can sort of definitely see it now. It's just not really good. It's pretty crap. So drag, I can make that like 6. 5 maybe. This thing's huge now. What the heck's going on? 3, 5, what? I don't know. At the end, yeah, 0. Maybe the velocity 1,100. I don't know. It's quite strange actually. Start velocity radial. Maybe that there. I don't know, some weirdness happening. Initial size 10, 20. Oh, that's probably it there. The initial size on this one 15, 20. Wow, that's bigger. 15, 20, 5, 5. It's actually it's bizarre. Can't figure out my own work. What's going on? 15, 20. I mean, at this point, I'm just copy pasting almost, but I kind of want to see what I'm doing wrong here. I'll just put this, I'll keep it on the screen. Bugger it. Bugger it. Alright. So it looks like it's quite slow. What's the drag on this one? Drag is only 2. That might have something to do with it. Yeah, a little bit. Now it's looking kind of similar, right? That's got a spawn rate of 1,000. But its lifetime, however, is 0.3 and 0.4. I thought it would be something like that actually, because so right now that's going to spawn like 800 something of these. So that's going to stand out like a sore thumb, right? Now, if I change the lifetime of it though, because I got a 0.6 and 0.8, so the lifetime of each of these little flame bits, it's like it'll float up, it'll go do 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 do, and then it'll disappear. Versus, gone. So that's the difference. Probably made no sense at all. So now it's a lot shorter. It's a lot like more rapid, like an actual flame. Yeah, see, that looks way better already. Significantly better. And now it's starting to look better than the other particle system. I should keep the other particle system behind it just so you guys can see. Put this little dude here. Hang on, let's go to that. Let's go to that. Let's make him red. Red dude. And let's give him, you know, sand hair. Because that's what you gotta do. You gotta give him the old Dragon Ball Z spiky hair. Which is somewhere here throughout all the character heads. I do want to redo the sand hair thing as well. It's not the greatest. It's like missing hair from like the back of the neck. You know what? I'll just give him that head. Sure, that's a bit weird. Alright, let's have a look at the chat if anyone's been messaging. Of course not, that's fine. Okay, so I feel like this is much better than what it was. Just gonna move this particle over. I'll make a copy of it. Copy this location. I'm gonna compare the two that I've got. So that's the old one I had, because I may end up with the other one. It may end up being better. Yeah, we'll see what happens there. Now that's good for now. What I'm gonna do is duplicate this, and I'm also going to change the velocity so it doesn't go anywhere near as high. I want this one to be kind of like going outwards, so it doesn't need to go that high. So 50 and like 0, maybe 10. Okay, 25, fine. 100, want this to be maybe 300 minus 300 minus 300. That's just determining the initial velocity. Now, if we look at this top down, you can kind of see that if I turn this off, actually, this part, this is the base of the spawn for these particles. And I can change the lifetime. I can make them like 0.2 and 0.3. I can change their velocity so they're way stronger than that, just so they go really quick, which will make them go further out. I can make that 200 if I wanted to, maybe even 500, feeling adventurous. And then when I add that, so what I'll do, actually, I'll change the color of this one just so we can see the difference. See how it's kind of like splaying out from the base of the character. Looks really cool. I'll turn the other particle one on just so you guys can see. And it's the same for the other one. You can kind of see I've done the same thing. Although I'm starting to like the new particle a little bit more. Not that there's that much difference. Hell, I might even keep both of them just to add some variety. Not that it matters that much. I only need one particle for this thing. So I'm going to change the drag. I can make that like 3. If I made it 8, these little particles wouldn't go anywhere. If I made it 0, it'd fly out like really far out, which could actually work. You know, I don't necessarily need drag for that part. Do I want to do it? Kind of makes it seem a bit more natural. Sphere, I make that 0, maybe 10, 15. And velocity I could up even further, 800. That's really bursting out from the center. Yeah, so when the characters are powering up now, that's what it's going to do. I could even get up the velocity of this one, make it like 1500, and then just change the lifetime of it so that it's like 0.25, oops, and 0.3. That looks kind of stupid. I don't like that. 0.3, 0.4. Velocity, make that. Can also make it so that it curves around as well. I'm just trying to think how to do that. There is a function in here to do that. I think it's like velocity over life. So this is the initial velocity, but I can change the velocity over the lifetime of the actual particles, the individual particles. Change that back to 1000, back to where it was. So I can go velocity, yeah, velocity over life. So now I can get in here. I can make it so that it is sort of conforming around the player. Make this one 1. That's 0. This can be at the midpoint. So initially it's going to be out tangent, out value, hang on, constant. I need to do uniform curve. This is a little bit trickier. Just more values to consider. Yeah, that's better. All of the things. All right, so we've got, I want this to have an initial output of like 200 maybe, or maybe like, I could do 800. An initial velocity can be 1000 and 100 800 minus 800. The next 0.5. The next 0 is 1. You'll see it's like starting to flicker, like these particles are like firing out in every which way at the moment. Output. We want the velocity to drop down. Maybe 200. I don't think this is working the way I want it to, though. Because the velocity, I mean, I've never used this function before, so maybe this isn't the best idea. I'm just gonna copy paste that, see what happens. Because it's constantly going to add the velocity. It's not going to, yeah, so if I slowed this down, maybe to 0.5, yeah. That's a little bit crazy. That's not what I want to happen. Velocity over life. If I drag this, I go like 50. That's some weird stuff happening. Velocity over life. Maybe if I turn initial velocity off, and then I go 1000. Maybe. I don't know. What's happened to it? Initial velocity is gone. Shit. Hello, particles. Where are you hiding? Maybe I could turn this on, or at least duplicate it. Initial velocity. Just make it go up by 100. No, 5, 10. No, 15. That's silly. 6. 2. 200. Holy Jesus. That's really not what I want to happen at all. This is part of the fun, is experimenting with things. Like, I'm learning as I do this, by the way, guys. So you get to be here in this momentous occasion of me learning how to make terrible particles. 1000. And then sphere. It is 50. 100. I'm gonna go 1000. Whoa! Look at this. You can see I made the sphere 1000, right? So it will spawn anywhere within a 3D sphere. Sphere. Jeez. Whereas that will spawn within a 50 centimeter area. This is not how I want the particle to be, by the way. I'm just having fun right now. Just trying things out. Jesus. What did I do then? What is this? Bunch of birds flying around? Oh man. I mean, you can create some really cool stuff. Unreal Engine 4 has an amazing set of tools to do some crazy things. And I'm sure that people stumble across them by accident too, so. I don't know if that's really... Velocity over lifetime. You can see now it's just kind of stuck in this little ball here. Alright, so if we go velocity over life, we have a look at this. It is spawning. Ouch. Outwards. So 800. What if I do this? 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Yikes. So basically, from 0 to 0.5, it's going to go like out and then in, like very, very rapidly. I want this to be maybe 200. And then I can go 1,000. Jeez, this seems a bit extreme. I really don't think this is what I wanted to do, to be honest. I think it's just making this into like a nightmare. But I wanted it to kind of do that. I just don't know how. Clearly, it ain't working. Maybe if I change it a little bit. I don't know. If I go to this, make that 200. No. Just don't know. You know what? I'm gonna forget about that whole thing because it ain't working. Go back to where we were. Initial velocity. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Lifetime. I'm gonna make this a little bit longer. 0.45. 0.5 maybe. Yeah. Alright. Sorry about all that. And I'm gonna change the sphere. Sphere is going to be 5, not 50. There is a thing where I can change the orbit. So orbit, offset amount, I can make that go 100. Oh boy. So minimum, maximum. That is not really what I wanted to do. Okay, that's definitely not what I wanted to do. What's that gonna do? Oh, jeez. This might actually be what I'm after. To some degree. Yeah, it kind of works. I just have to move the orbit point upwards. Rotation amount, I need to just change that to like 0.5. 0.5, 0.5. So it's not rotating too much. I'll have to mess around with that. Rotation rate amount. I'd love to know how I can change the orbit initial. Ow, I'm back. Oh, offset options maybe. No, that just does that. Maybe I'll just do that as like 20, 100. No, that's quite extreme. 50 and 50 seemed good. Maybe 40. And then I can reduce these down to like 0.2. Yeah, that way there's less of this happening and more of this. It needs to be just subtle. Make the flames look like they're kind of going in different directions. The only downside to that is, hang on. Start location. Alright, if we have a look at the start location of this, see how it's starting like underneath everything? Just need to raise that up by like 25. Because if we have a look, the radius of this sphere is 25. So we're going to offset it by the radius. And that way it spawns at like 0 location. And then we don't have like this little bulge that happens like under here. Like they're very similar, so I'm not gonna pretend like, oh my god, it's so much better. But you know, I did want to show you guys how I did it. I've got 2 particles so far. The next thing is actually I could do an orbit in here as well. Just a sneaky little orbit. And the orbit will be 100, 100, okay, maybe not. I wanted to kind of go around like in a circular thing. I can make the rotation rate 5, yeah. Maybe 2. I think I can change the strength of the orbit as well. Well, that's just the distance. Alright, I don't necessarily want it to do that. That looks a bit weird. Maybe if the character was like ascending to a different level, I could do that. I'll go 1. Oh wait, it's only very minor. -1. Maybe I could do it opposing directions. I don't want it to go up at weird angles though. So I just want it to kind of... Nah, it's not gonna work. Alright, so let's get rid of that. Yeah, let's just stick to the basics. Alright, next thing is to duplicate this one more time. What we're going to do is create a burst. So when the character initially, like when they initially do their charge up, and when they finish their charge up, there's going to be like a little explosion of power. So what I can do here is go to the sphere, go to the velocity, make that 800 if I wanted to, make that -800. Change the lifetime. I could make it. Actually, I could change the velocity to something different. 1000. I would have to drag this up to be 50, maybe. Thanks. I don't want that. I'd like it to like spawn on the outside of the sphere. That'd be good. Do I need drag? No. I don't know. Maybe it's 2000. You'll see what I'm doing here in a second. The lifetime of this is going to be like very, very short. And it's only going to spawn once. I'm going to do a little quick burst and that's it. Count 1. Is that right? Particle burst method. I want to go into here, required loops. It's like a thing where I can change, oh, here we go. Delay, don't want delay, duration, here we go. Emitter loops once. Emitter duration, about 0.25 a second. Bam, bam, maybe that's too long. It's just an initial thing. So when I go into this, I'll show you what I mean. Every time I update this, restart level, it kind of like explodes out. It's a little bit shit at the moment actually. I want it to be maybe not so high a velocity. I'm doing it off to the left of the screen, sorry guys, just so you guys can see what is going on. Initial location, do a little bit higher. Lifetime I can change. Initial velocity 1000. Oh, hang on. Initial location. I'll just make that spawn anywhere. That is kind of ridiculous. 200. 150. So when the player does their initial burst, it will do this. But I need this to be a lot more particles. Maybe not that many particles though. That's fine. It's like 202 particles. Bam, bam. All right, it's subtle, but it'll have to work. Cool. So that's our new animation. I'm gonna bring over this so you guys can see what I'm doing. Any comments? No. Let's go B and BZ. Power up. Flames. 2. And I'll make a new thumbnail with that. Alright. I don't know, you guys let me know what you think, which one looks better. They both look fine. Now, there's a lot that I can do with this in the long run as well. I can make, I mean, if I wanted to do away with using particles, because particles can get expensive, especially if there's, there's 8 people flying around the screen or 8 people charging up at once. It's a lot of particles on the screen. I could slow down some people's computers maybe. Or if they've got low settings, it could look really atrocious. Ideally, I make a 3D mesh that has little spikes on it or something like that, or maybe just like a mesh that kind of just goes up like this. Some weird elongated flame looking thing. And then just animate, animate the, what do you call it? The texture onto it. Make it like a procedural texture or something like that that changes the mesh and actually causes it to flicker and stuff. This is a pretty straightforward method. If this ends up slowing performance down too much, that's when I can, go back to the drawing board and say, hey, maybe I need to do a better method than, spewing particles everywhere. The other thing, of course, once again, we're viewing it from back here. If I decide that it's, not ideal, like it doesn't look too good from back here, I can do things to change that as well. So I'm just noticing something with this particle. I'm not 100% happy with it. If I look at it, it's kind of curving around like it's going like this. I don't know if you can see my mouse cursor. It should be just going kind of up and down. That may be the initial velocity. Don't know why that is. Maybe the starting location, the sphere. Starting location of the sphere is 25. So that's fine. I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe it's the orbit. Yeah, it's definitely the orbit. So if I go to this 40 40, what about that? No, I don't want that. Yikes, I don't want to do that. One. Well, nothing's like offset, nothing's kind of out of alignment or anything. I don't know why it's doing that. I could just leave that as is without the orbit functionality. You know what? I'll leave it for now. It's fine. If I move this to the side, what's it gonna look like? Yeah, it's alright. I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay, so that's our little animations. Not really losing frames, good. Now I need to go into the actual functionality within the character. Yes, I would like to save that. I'll leave that there. I'll leave that. We'll close all these. We're going to go into the actual character, which is this one. Now, I'll delete this particle system because this is pretty much... I'll show you guys how... Alright, what I'll do, I'm going to have a little break. I'm just going to go feed my cats because they're going to be waiting on food. When I get back, what we'll do is add the particle animation, the particle to the character, and implement the ability for the player to hit, you know, hang on, I'll use a PlayStation controller. Implement the ability to hit the triangle or the Y button or the up arrow key on the keyboard for the player to, you know, begin powering up the player, the character. So that then they can continue doing energy attacks and that kind of thing. So that's what we're going to do. I'll be back in like 10 minutes, if that. Gonna have a bit of a break and come back after that. So until then, see ya. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys and gals. I was making a cup of tea. A cup of tea. There we go. Lovely. That's hot. Alright. Still got my water though. Alright, what we're gonna do is make this functionality of the metalhead character doing that powering up thing. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. What am I doing? Let me get back to where I was. Fed the cats. Cats are happy. I think one of them's actually come downstairs here. So she's hiding behind the curtain, looking outside probably. I can't. It's annoying because I want to have the window open, but just so I can have some fresh air in here. It certainly helps. But there is a school, like not far away from here, like maybe 100 meters away, if that. And all you hear is school kids. Although it is 4:58, so I probably won't hear anything. Either that or there's lots of birds. Let me just open this so I can have some fresh air. Is there a cat behind here? No, there's not. Alright. Hopefully there's not too much background noise. Let's get into it. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is go in here and we're going to add the particle to our character. So I'm going to click this, move it up here, drag it over here, and boom, it's part of our character. But now we have to kind of move it around, position it correctly. Oh, maybe not like that. But we have to disable it first, otherwise it will just constantly play. And what will happen if it constantly plays, it'll just look a bit weird. I'm gonna destroy these guys, we don't need them there anymore. Use a handy little PlayStation controller or keyboard. I'll do the PlayStation controller. Why not? Let's get rid of all this debug text, we don't need that. As you can see, the particle is just kind of, it's playing. It looks kind of shit, and I don't want it to follow the player. I only want this particle to show up when the player is charging. I know it's, you know, in Dragon Ball Z, they fly around, they got the little flames coming out behind them. I could do that. I could. Not gonna do that right now. Alright. So, I need to adjust this. Things popping up on the screen from Unreal Engine. I'm gonna drop this particle down a little bit. There we go, that should be in a better spot. There's a lot of constantly going back and forward and reiterating different things too.
Right, so, one, go!
There we go. You guys can probably hear it like echoing. Hang on a second. Let me just turn that sound off on the computer. We don't want to hear any echoing. That would be rather crappy to listen to. Okay. Yeah, what am I gonna do? Let me just think for a bit. Oh yeah, I have to disable that. So it's set to auto activate. I'm gonna turn that off. Now it's not set to auto activate. Now I do the basics. I go to the input graph that I've created. I've got like a folder for just functionality. Now I've already set some things in here just for testing purposes, but this is all going to change. I've got this MBZ character state thing that I've got, which I'll just quickly show you inside of here. We did this in the last stream, so it's got like the idle state, melee charging up, melee punch. So this is like when it's flying. Charging is like the hands up in the air. The punch is when it's actually punching, and then it exits back out of that, it goes back to idle. The good thing about having just one specific character state is you can't have the character powering up at the same time it is charging a beam, for example. Like, you can't like have both of those on at the same time. It's one or the other. So melee charge, melee punch, beam charge, beam shoot, quick shot, rapid shot, power up overload. So what I need is like a power up start, power up idle, power up overload, or finished, or something like that. I'm not going to actually use that here just yet, I don't think. I could though. Maybe I will. So we go into here. Let's see. Let's try and make it happen. Gotta be as efficient as possible. Game mode. What are Z particles? Where the hell did I even put it? Oh, character state. And there's a little list of things here, so I can go power up. Start. Actually, I don't even need to do that. I don't think. Thinking. I think that I could even go to characters here and create an animation sequence of sorts. MBZ. We got power up start. I'm gonna create an anim composite using the selected anim sequence. Anim montage. Excuse me. Create pose asset. I don't think it's an anim montage. I think anim montage is not what I want. I'm gonna experiment here. I'm just bear with me while I try and figure this out and mess with some things. I think I can drop that in and loop count. Can I just change that to 0? Oh no, 100. Okay, 10. Yeah, so that's an anim montage. All right. It would be good if I could make it so that it plays the first part and then it just infinitely loops the second part, but that's just not how it's gonna work, is it? So I'll get rid of that. I don't need that there. It's probably gonna have a cry at me. I know, that's fine. Power up start, create an anim composite. I think that's what I'm looking for. Just hump in the air, look at him go. I know the feeling, buddy. Alright, get in here. And we're gonna just change it to like 5 or something. We can always exit out of this state as well. There is obviously another way I can do it, and that's where I transition. So I could go into this little thing here, and what we do is go from power up start. When that's finished, we trigger a little notification to say, hey, let's go into power up idle, and then it switches over to the idle animation, and then when we're done, there would be like it'd get changed to power up finished, and then when that's finished, it triggers something and say, hey, we're done now. I could do it that way. I'm just gonna do it this way for the time being. I could just leave the loops to like 5 for now, maybe. I don't think the players are gonna be charging for super long. Like, how long does this go for? 12.92 seconds. I mean, I can make it like 6 loops. There we go. 15.42 seconds. So that would be like a really long charge time. The player would get to a really, really high charge power level. You know what? I'll leave it at that anyway. The characters, like the player's gonna reach their maximum power level before that, and you'll see that in a second. So I'm just doing this kind of roughly. All right. I'm not gonna worry too much here. Hang on. So power up. So what this is gonna do when I set this to power up, it's gonna tell the animation, the thing that controls the animation graph. It's going to tell that to jump over into this sequence. So it's going to then play this, and it's going to loop and loop and loop and loop and loop. The player is going to probably reach 100% of their power by 10 seconds. So like literally almost here, 9.99 seconds I stopped that on. So it's going to reach its maximum power around this point, and then when it hits the maximum power, the animation graph will be told, hey, you need to finish the animation. So it'll do this little power up end sequence, which is this. Which I need to create a particle effect for as well, where the particle just kind of explodes and that's it, which I can easily do. So power up, and then we go power up overload. Let's go power up finished. And I can also go power up overload. Maybe. I'll just keep that there, just in case I ever need it. Maybe I'll implement a thing so that if the player is powering up for too long. Although I think this power up was initially for doing the beam shot. Don't know. We'll leave it. It's fine. Why is my phone complaining that it's only on 15%? It's not doing anything. Right, whatever. Alright, so what we're going to do is, so when we hit the Y button, or the R up button, so the R being the right side, right, so when we hit that, wrong. When we hit this is the right side of the pad, we're going to hit the up button, which is this one here, or on an Xbox controller, it's that one, the Y button. So when we hit that, we're going to ask the server if we can do this action. We're going to try and do it ourselves. I'll change that later when I get online multiplayer working properly on this. We're going to set the state of the character to powering up. Power up? Yeah. We don't need power up start because when we hit power up, it just does that anyway. We're going to stop the character's movement immediately, and we're going to make it so the character cannot move until they they let go of that button, or they hit it again. So I could sort of alternate between them. I could literally go get this here, say, hey, are we already powering up? So is this value equal to power up? If it is, then we don't need to power up again, we'll actually power down. Get rid of that, and set that to here, and we'll go power up finished. This is a toggle rather than a hold. I think that you guys would probably appreciate it more if it was just you hit the button and your character charges versus you hit and you have to hold the button. I don't know. What do you reckon? And we're going to make it so the player can move again. Now this is going to happen immediately on the client, because the client, like the non-server player, if we're talking online play, it will come through here, it'll request this on the server. It will tell the server that we need to update this. Hang on a second, I need to change this to rep notify. What rep notify does is it tells all the other clients to change to this value, even if they've just even if they join the game after this has been changed on everyone's computer. It will look at this value and it will say, hey, we need to set this value to this, and then it will do stuff. Brain cannot function right now. So I could actually go in here and go switch. There's also a thing with this, like if it is set to idle already, and I tried to, actually I'll explain this in a second. Power up. So we're gonna go that. only downside to this is there needs to be a delay when the power up finishes. Yeah, anyway. So if we're set up so that, you know, the client is set to power up, and I don't know, maybe we try to set it again for some reason, it won't do anything because it's already set. Like, its value is already set to power up. That's like, well, why do I need to do this again? We're already set to that value. It only triggers this stuff here if there is a change in the value. So, you know, if we go power up, it'll do this. We'll go along, stop the movement, change it so the character can't move. And then when we change it to finished, it will go, hey, you can move again. It's literally all that's gonna do. But this is important because we're gonna get the particle and we're going to activate it. The only thing that I don't like about this is, one sec, is as soon as the player hits Y, before the player's even like animated to like go, and then flames burst out, the flames are just gonna immediately happen. So it's gonna look a bit silly. I can add a delay to the particle though, or I could add I can implement this differently. I will probably end up adding a delay to the particle though. So just so there's more in time with the animation. The other thing I can do is come over to the animation for the character, which is this one. We need this open right now. I could set a notification, a notify on the animation so that when it reaches a certain point, then we trigger the particle to actually turn on. I'll probably actually do that. Let's do that actually. That will look a bit better. It'll be timed correctly on all of the clients and server and everyone else as well. So we go to power up start. So character will go back about there. I think I'll add a notify. Can I please add a notify? Thank you. Oh, there we go. I could go play particle effect if I wanted to. And then I could go MBZ. I'm not going to do it this way, by the way. It's not ideal because, yeah, it's just not, it's not ideal. What we're going to do is add a notification or a notify, and we'll go begin power up. And then we'll go into the animation blueprint. And we'll go begin power up. So when it hits that point in the animation, it will then play this. I need to have some more of my cup of tea. My slime rancher cup of tea. Okay. Then we get the character and the particle. I'm just going to change the name of the particle just for the sake of it being a lot easier. Power up particle. Easy. Power up particle. Now we go power up particle. Get that, activate it. This way I can time things a lot more accurately. And it's just gonna happen. Oh, what? Okay. Oh, is it because I haven't compiled and saved here? And I'll do the same thing here. Now it's working. So whenever you make a change like that in the character and then you go into something like this, you gotta compile and save the character first, then come over here. Otherwise, it doesn't understand what the hell we're talking about, what we're trying to do. So, we're going to start that, then we trigger the particle at the end, roughly, of this animation. Then we also need to go into this animation graph thing here. And we're going to go power up. Oops. State is going to go power up. And in order to get to this state, we need, I'm going to do things a little bit cleaner. I'm going to go, I can't remember. Oh yeah, it is the character state. So we get the character state. Is it equal to power up? It sure is. Oh, okay, fine. You go there. So we're equal to power up, so therefore we go from idle run to this. Don't do anything else. We go in here, metal ball Z. I think, oh yeah, power up. There we go. So we've got the composite thing here. Start position 0, loop animation. We don't want it to loop the animation. We're not even going to reach the end of the animation. So, yeah, that's that part done. Then, what we're going to do is go state. We go finish power up. We also need to make sure we can break out of the power up in case a value changes. But I will get to that in a second. Let's go back to here, we'll grab this. In order to transition to the next part of the animation, or next stage of the power up, we need to go finished. I'm gonna sneeze. No, I'm not. So this is a thing, I don't have to add a boolean that says, oh, I'm not firing anymore. I can literally just say, well, hey, we're powering up now, we're gonna do this. It's a lot more linear, a lot more controlled, far less complicated. We'll go to here and we're simply gonna go to power up end. Not going to loop it, but what we will do is in here, I don't know if there's a way to, what would be lovely, I don't know if it's in like the newest Unreal Engine 4 or not, but it's like in here, it would be great if you could just set it up so that there's like an output that says, hey, when we end, do this. But instead I've actually got to go into the animation, which is here. Got to go into that. Bam. Yeah, I'll do that there. Yeah, got to go into the animation, add a notify. There we go. And power up. Then go over into here and power up, and basically tell it, hey, we're gonna end this power up thing. And we've also got to, actually I could do this a different way. State, I did not want to do that. State, oh my god. We could set this back to power up finished, which would then go just trying to think how I've got this set up now. Jeez. Alright, so we're gonna set it, so we hit the Y button, we set it to power up, we do that, right? And it immediately triggers this animation, which at the start of that animation there is a notify, which comes over to here, so to turn a particle effect on. which will happen on the clients and everyone at the right time. It won't be out of sync. Then the character will be charging, which it's going to be in this thing here. When the character has finished charging, it will go power up finished. So we'll have something to set that value to power up finished. Okay, so we're gonna go, it's idle. Wait, friggin' heck. My brain is not working the way it should. I'm sorry. Alright, anyway, we set it up to finish. We go in here. So it's idling. Character finishes, it ends their power up, which turns the particle off. And it returns to an idle state. So what I should do now is at the very end of this, add another notifier that says, hey, we've finished the animation sequence. Let's go back to normality again. So I'll do that. Finished powering up. I don't know. Sure, we'll go with that. It's not the best naming right now. Whoever looked at, if anyone ever looked at this afterwards, they'd be like, what the hell is going on? What? That's weird. Why have they set it up this way? So now what I would do is go in here, get this, state, check to see if it is back to idle again. So that's what we're gonna do. When we go to finished power up, set it back to idle. So it's all going to be kind of automated. Takes a lot of the manual work away, and it makes sense if I ever look back at all of this later on. A lot easier to kind of follow. So I'm going to put this up the top actually, considering it is assigned to the Y button. I'm going to make that go there. Makes a bit more sense. Now the other thing I've got to do is, let's say for example we get interrupted during the power up. You know, if the character gets knocked down, I've got to have like a knockdown animation where they're like hunched over and arms and legs are kind of forward of the body. That'll be where I'd like go over here and we go knock back or whatever, or knocked away. And I could have like a procedural animation that determines what animation to play based on the angle that they were hit from. So I could do something like that, and I could also have it go back to its idle animation if we were to say interrupt. For some reason interrupt that power up process. I'm gonna leave it for now. I don't want to get into the intricacies of all that. I've got some things in mind of how to make that work really well without an animation just kind of getting stuck. Because what can happen is, if I don't have an exit from here, that, you know, let's say for example we go up to here, which we have to set the that green looking thing. Hang on, I'll just show you. We have to set this to hang on, and power up that one. Oh, hang on a second. Finish powering up. I've done something wrong here. Wah. Okay, so we go in here, hit the Y button, set to, hang on, go here. We hit the Y button. We check to see, are we powering up already? No, we're not. So we go, let's set this to power up. We stop the movement, and we don't activate the particles there. Yeah, as soon as we set this to power up, sorry, this here, this animation graph will automatically pick up the fact that that value has been set to power up. So it's going to go in here and it's going to go, hey, you know, we're set to power up. We can transition up to power up now. Then we play this little loop where the character's powering up. Then we can yeah, so the character's powering up. Then when we're exiting, we have power up finished. And to exit, the player would have to either hit the Y button, so power up finished, just here, and it will come in here and say, hey, you can move again. So I'm gonna get rid of that. Actually, no, I'm not gonna do that. Let's get rid of that. So yeah, we finish that, then we come into here, and it's going to go from here over to here because it says, hey, power up finished. So we're going to go across to power up finished, or finish power up. In here then, it's going to do the little power up ending animation, which is this. It's going to trigger this end power up thing. It's going to come back over into here, end power up, and we're going to deactivate the particle. We are not going to change the state of the character. Alright, so we're going to deactivate the particle, and then straight after that, so it's going to go boom, deactivate, then it's going to end. So it hits this little notification thing, comes to finish powering up, and then it sets it back to idle. Comes over to here, whoops, comes over to here, and we go, hey, are we set to idle? Cool. Then we can transition back to idle run. Oh boy, oh boy. Man, that's a mission. Let's see if it works. Sorry guys, never run around.
3, 2, 1, go!
If I hit Y. That is not the button I wanted. That. What the hell? I'm just doing the wrong animation. What? Sigh. Power up. Beam it. Oh my god. Derp. We need. Not that. There, we need this. This one. Silly, silly me. I mean, it was kind of working, so. It just didn't do the animation because it wasn't firing the animation notifier event. Now if I do it, boom, and then hit Y, boom. It's not great, but you know, it works. I mean, there's more I can do with that, obviously. Alright, the next thing I've got to do is to change the color of the flames when the player does this. So, power up particle, I can actually do that pretty early on. I can go to here. I got to expose a parameter as well. Expose parameter, init color. Yeah. Set particle parameter. I think I can actually just change set color parameter. Okay, what the heck? And I just change this to init particle. So if my character is a different color, which it is, and we'll change the particle to that color. Color gets color. There we go. I don't know if I'll do it there. I don't know if that's gonna work. We'll see. Might need to be a bit of a delay first. Let's find out. And the other thing I can do is just make sure I set the color every time I do it. Yeah, see, it's not gonna work. Because the character's color isn't set immediately, possibly. That's why. So there's needs to be a little bit of a delay. That's a 2-second delay, which is fine. It's not fine for when a player just spawns in though. That's the only downside. That's why, like, when I spawn a new character in, the particle is like a different color. It's blue or something. But that's fine. Can even deactivate or make these deactivated until such a time that they are ready. That'll actually solve that issue. Activate. In fact, I don't even think I'll run into that issue anymore because I set up a little thing last time where it checks to see if we should be activating it or not. Yeah, I don't think that's really an issue anymore. Anyway, I'll just leave that as is. Hopefully the characters, sorry about that noise by the way, I'm putting my cup down. Hopefully the particle, nope, it doesn't change color. Oh no, what is going on? What is this madness? Oh, init particle, init color, far out. It even says it here, init color. There we go. Silly me. Try that again. Now the level for the Metal Ball Z minigame will change. It won't be just in space, so never fear. It's still not to me. It's not being set correctly. What the hell? So what I'll do now to ensure that it gets set correctly is, wait, is it power up particle vector? I need to change out the color. I feel like, so these ones here, okay, let's try that again. You guys can probably hear a really annoying bird outside, by the way. There we go. And, but I can move. I don't want to be able to move. Okay. Now, I need to somehow stop the character from moving. Stop movement immediately. I think this is block input, block movement. Oh, that's not what I want. Set block movement to true. And what that'll do is when I come to the movement graph, it will come along here and it'll say, hey, we're either blocking the input or the, sorry, are we blocking the input or the movement? And movement. Wait a second. If I'm, it should be an or, not an and. We'll try it anyway. I don't think that's gonna work the way I want it to. Why is it after like 3 hours of these streams I get really tired? Could be this light. This light above me is ridiculous. And it's not even full brightness. Anyway. And another thing we're going to do in a second is add the actual power level, so have it increase. I don't have anything to really show the power level increasing, but I could put something in just so you guys can see what's going on. So, yeah, I'll explain in a sec. We don't need that there anymore. We don't need that. Ah, yes, we did. It's okay. I can open it again, and I can do it an easier way. That's the beauty of, like, you can go into the animation or the mesh or the skeleton, whatever. You can look for the blueprint that it's tied to, so you can go blueprint and bam, it goes straight to it. Actually, no, this goes to a different blueprint. Never mind. It goes to the parent blueprint of that one that I just opened. So anyway, we go to here. Yeah. I'm thinking what I'll do here, just because I want to make this a little bit easier. State helps for debugging. Promote this to a variable. Yeah, I'll just leave that as is. Put that there, put that there. Go into here, maybe. Yeah, set that to idle. I'm not going to go into detail and explain this. It just makes it easy for me to debug. So I don't need this stuff here. It's cleaner the other way, but for the sake of debugging, it's better to do it this way. Oh shit, what did I do there? Power up, finished. There we go. Then we go to this, we go to that, and that. Alright. I've been watching through Dragon Ball Z at the moment with my brother. Been watching from all the way from Dragon Ball, which we watched on Crunchyroll. It was fun, but it was silly. Very perverse as well, oddly enough. The music for it was just kind of childish and annoying, but it kind of suited the theme of like Goku being a child and being kind of naive and silly. He was just, you know, he's from a different world, so he's like completely oblivious to what anything is. Like, you know, trying to find out if a person's a male or female, he'd pat them on the crotch. It's just, and there's so many situations where he does that, and you just go, oh, this is so pervy, and I hate it. Cringe. But it works for the character because he's just oblivious to the fact that you can't do that to people. So stuff like that where, you know, the music for it's kind of a little bit silly, but apparently there is a better version, better music in it, but I'm not too sure. Anyway, but yeah, been watching Dragon Ball Z, ended up buying like a Blu-ray box set, which apparently there's a lot of controversy around because of a number of reasons, and I kind of understand now why the controversy is there. You know, when you put a new disc in, it plays an ad that you cannot skip. How infuriating. So when you change disc, it's like, oh, you've got to watch this 2-minute long ad for Attack on Titan or something, which isn't too bad for Attack on Titan, but other stuff you just kind of just go, I don't want to see this crap. This anime looks terrible. Why am I forced to watch this every time I put the disc in? Anyway, but yeah, it's been really good. We're up to the Cell Saga, Android and Cell Saga, so it's good fun. Spoilers. Anyway, what am I doing? So I've just made it so that the charge up animation appears and disappears. Blocking movement, of course. Sorry guys. Gonna get rid of that, we don't want that there. Now this won't work very well online for a number of reasons, but I can fix that up. I'm not going to go into that. It gets complicated. It's like the only time you would understand what I'm talking about is if I went into detail and educated you on how networking works, potentially with some sort of a whiteboard. B, if you already know how to use Unreal Engine. So anyway, powering up, I cannot move right now, which is good. That's what I want. And then I let go, and stupid me didn't set that correctly. Let's try that again, shall we? So it's 5:43 at the moment. I'll probably be able to wrap the stream up pretty quickly. I don't think I'll need to do an hour break or anything like that. It's powering up, and now I can move not too long afterwards. The only downside to this is as soon as I hit Y, I can move, and it looks silly. So what I need to do is make it a bit of a delay here, or I think there's a thing I can do where I go anime notify. Well, notify. No. Get animation blueprint. Maybe. I can't remember how to do it now. There is a way. There is a way. Just can't bloody remember it. Anyway, I'm gonna go into here and do it because that will be better. Oops. Block movement. Set block movement to false, because that'll happen for everyone, including the clients. So that way you won't have on the client it's saying, hey, the character's not supposed to move, but they are, and we end up with the character jumping around all over the place sometimes. So long as that's actually set on the client who's trying to control the character, it's fine, I think, with that particular variable. And now I can move. And now I can move. Now I can move. Now there is a bit of an issue, like if I do this, for example, and I power up, it looks a bit stupid. So, you know, I've got to do some correction to the player movement, because right now, you know, I can, like, it does seem kind of smooth. Problem is I can sort of half turn the character and then do an attack, for example. And that just looks dumb. It should be one way or the other. Facing one way or the other. Anyway. So, and same with like flying downwards, for example, just looks a bit weird. It shouldn't allow the player to do this. Like to face the camera. It should be left or right. That's it. So pretty much this kind of thing, this kind of thing, this kind of thing, that kind of thing, not that kind of thing. Anything that's left or right is fine, but as soon as we go straight down, it twists. See that? It's all right temporarily, but it needs a twist to the other side. And then I fire my beam. So when I fire the beam, I've set it up. Okay, that beam. I'm gonna fix that, by the way. I've set it up so that, you know, when I fire the beam, the character just kind of snaps at rotation. That's effectively what the character needs to do when flying around, sort of. But be smooth and nice looking. Oh, big beam that I can control. Now, obviously, the beam is very glitchy right now because I haven't done any work on it. Waiting for the stream. Same with like firing this, like the character's arms move, but these balls just, I don't know. They, I think it would be better if they started real small and they like fit in the character's hands and then got fired. But you can see they're kind of like spawning out in front of the player's hands and it looks kind of stupid. the other thing is, I thought I fixed it last time. See how the particles, like there's a little particle kind of spinning around the character's arms? That shouldn't be happening at all. So I might go in and fix that now. I thought I fixed it last time. I don't know what's going on there. That's what this here is for. Oh, I think I know why. Because this I already deactivated. So what was happening then actually? I did fix it last time, but I just turned this off. So what was happening was this is coming in and it's checking every 0.1 of a second to see if the character is actually moving and if we should even have the the trails showing up. And so it is, actually I might change that a little bit in a second. So it was looking at it, was going, hey, we've already, like, sorry, we're going faster than 0, so let's go and activate it. Is it already activated? No. Actually, was that what it was doing? No, it's going, we're not moving, that's right, because we just spawned. It says, is it activated? No, it's not. So it's coming here and it wasn't deactivating it. It was literally just going out to the void, doing nothing. That was just, that was a bit silly. So I didn't need to deactivate them on spawn. I think I only did that so that actually, you know what? I can kind of do this maybe. Look, I won't worry about it. I will come in here though and I will make it so that when the player powers up and the particle turns on, that we set the color just to make sure that the character particles are the correct color. I could set it up so that when the character's done their little charge up animation, there is a burst of particles. In fact, I might be able to do that really quickly. Let's try. Let's do it. Bugger it. Why not? We're here. Let's do this. Metal ball Z. Particles. And what we can do is get that and duplicate. Go burst only. And we're simply going to delete that, Make that like 5,000 if I wanted to. There we go. Done. There's my burst. And what I can do now is duplicate that, power up, burst, particle. And go in here, set the color. Actually, I should be able to set the color on both of them. Yeah, I can. Awesome. And I'll do the same in here too. Why not? Just in case. I know it's extra processing power, but it's so tiny that it's not going to matter. No one's ever going to notice it. We'll make sure that's deactivated initially, and we'll expose the parameters. Oh, it is, of course. And of course it's deactivated because it's a copy of the other one. In here though, so when we're finished powering up, we're going to get the burst. I'm going to activate. Done. Only ever does this once. Until the next time, of course. Let's see if this even works.
3, 2, 1, go!
So we power up, and then boom. That didn't work. What the frick? Why? Why is it not working? No! Where? That's kind of infuriating. If we go in here, that makes no sense. Because I'm an idiot. I didn't change this particle to burst only. Herpaderb. I copied the existing charging particle.
3, 2, 1.
Now it should work. So power up and boom. Boom. There we go. I can make that more pronounced as well. I can come in here and oops. We can actually, I don't want too many particles to spawn at one time. It could be a little bit overkill, but I can make the lifetime a little bit longer. Do that instead. Velocity's good, I can just leave that as is. Do this again. See how that goes. I haven't checked the chat in a while, sorry guys if you are chatting. No one there, but that's fine. Boom. Boom. I feel like maybe I need to speed up that end animation of charging. Just for gameplay purposes, I don't want the character to be waiting for too long. So what I'm going to do is come into here, go to the end. It's already set to 2 times, but it's still taking a while. So 2.29 seconds by default. So it's going to be 1.145 seconds at the moment. I can make it 3 times the speed. Boom, boom. It's a lot quicker. I might do that. Boom. Yeah, that's way better. Feels more responsive. Like it's still a little bit. Obviously a delay when you hit Y. You can't move while the particle's going, but it's fine. The other thing is with this particle, notice that it kind of goes at an angle. So yeah, basically anytime I do the power up, the character should be correcting itself and facing upwards, because otherwise we end up with weird situations. See how the character, like when I stop, the character will, you know, bring themselves up a little bit. If I do this, that looks silly. I need the character to rotate upwards when that happens. I can do that later. It's now 5:55, so I got a few minutes to quickly add in the what do you call it? The power level. Power level. I'm gonna float, and I'm gonna just make this a 0 to 100, maybe. I could make it like a 10 to 100 or something like that, so that the character's power level never really drains completely, unless they're dead, of course. And that way they can still do like basic attacks, maybe. Don't know. Anyway, for the time being, what I'll do is set up a function, and this function will be power up. I'll just put power up underscore F, just so I know it's a function. Could make it T, like the timer. Anyway, in here, how am I gonna do this? Oh yeah, okay. So we'll go plus increment floats. Actually, is that how I want to do it? No. Float plus float, 0.1. Oh, that's very quick. 0.01 maybe. And what we'll also do is go shit, not switch. We need it to be not select. Repair. If we are, you know what, I'll do this a different way. That plus that is higher than 100. Then we will, if it's higher than 100, we're going to set the power level to 100, and we are going to then stop. Hang on. Get timer by function. Get timer. No. Basically, got to pause this like straight away. So in the input graph, what we'll do when we're charging up, so when power up finished, set timer by function. Yeah, I gotta pause timer by function. Pause timer by function name. And we're gonna call it, what, power up F. Be good if I could go this and then just, yeah, anyway. So, I'm gonna pause this, so it's gonna go da 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 da, and then it's gonna go through here, set the power to 100, and it's gonna stop. And no more times through this loop. That way we're not setting the power to anything higher than 100. If it is lower than 100, that's fine. We'll just keep on adding to the power level. So we're going to go set power level to that. So it'd be the power level plus 0.1. And considering we're going to 100, what's that? 10 seconds? Well, depending on how quickly I tick this thing over. So I could do this every 0.1 a second. So it's going to add 0.1 every 0.1 of a second, which to get to 100 will be quite a while. Is that what, 100 seconds? No, is that 10 seconds or 100 seconds? God damn, my maths is so bad right now. Anyway, it doesn't matter, I'll adjust it. I think I need to go 0.01 actually. Yeah. And that would be 10 seconds. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Please laugh at me if I'm wrong. I don't care. I am doing development work. Alright, powering up now. I could do this by just powering it up straight up. As soon as the player hits Y, we just immediately start powering the player's power level up. Just for simplicity's sake, we'll do that. Or I could make it so that, you know, when the particles spawn, that's when we start powering the player up. I'm not going to worry about that, to be honest. Oh my goodness. I could also do this here. So when the player stops powering up, that is when we do this and we pause the timer, whatever the power level is. Now, something I will do is print out a debug print string. Oops, and we're literally just going to have the power level. Oops, append power level equals, and then just for shits and giggles, what? Power level is over 9,000. There we go. Alright. I'm sorry, guys. 1 second. Now let's go enable screen messages. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. What? His power level is over 9,000. Cool. It doesn't finish charging, so now we need to make it do that. Also, my math brain, it did do what I wanted it to do, so that's good. We're just gonna go finish on that. I'm gonna automatically finish it if that happens, if it reaches that point. It would be cool to add some kind of... I could really go in depth with this minigame. Problem is, it's a minigame. It's not meant to be a full-blown game. If I stop it now, there we go. And it will just continue. So we're almost at 50%. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Boom. And it automatically finishes this for us. There's no point in charging because we're already done. But I could, you know, could add a function like where the player like holds down the Y button and maybe they do a burst like that and it like knocks other players away or something, or maybe I don't know. Oh, it's kind of cool just doing that over and over again. Uh-oh. Now I've locked myself into an animation. What have I done? What have I done? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What have I done? Crap. Oh, I know what I've done. I may have... Oh, I've screwed up. That's what I've done. But that's fine. If I try to... Yeah, here we go. We can get the power level of the player if it is over or equal to 100. Then what we'll do is... Oh, okay, hang on. If it's not... If it is under 100, then we'll allow the player to charge. Yes, yeah. And if we are under 100, we can not charge, that's all good. Yeah, that's fine. That works. Powering up that, if not, we do that. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine actually. Cool. Now we can also adjust the player's power level. I created a function in the boss character, which you could probably reuse here, where it basically checks the boss's energy level and it subtracts from that to see if the ability can be done, because it says, hey, this ability, like you input the number, which would be how much energy the ability takes, you input the current power level. Actually, you don't even do that because it's already got that knowledge built in. Anyway, I'll make a new function. Check, use energy. I'll just do that. Get that, and we're going to go to here. And what we'll do is go energy cost. Oops, why is that 2 spaces? Energy cost is that power level minus energy cost. If this is below 0, not below or equal to 0, because if, yeah, anyway, I won't get into that, I won't explain it. Please. Yeah, if we're below 0, we can't do the action. So what we'll do then is output a boolean that says can do action, question mark. If we're below 0, then we can't do the action. If we are higher than 0, we can do the action. But we'll also get the power level, and we will, we'll set the power level. To that minus the required cost. Simples. Simples. Alright, now in the inputs thing we can go use energy, and here's our little function. I think there's something else I can do here. I can go pure. If I want to do that, I can compact it. Use energy. Just so I can change the node here. Yeah, I would rather this. And I think I can even change the color of this. Oh no, a different thing. Yeah, it's fine. Use energy. We're going to go into the input graph for this. Use energy. And what we're going to do here is check to see if we even have enough energy. So the A button is going to be a melee attack. We don't want to worry about that using energy, to be honest. I want the player to be able to punch other players, if that's the case. I also want like the player's energy to maybe passively increase over time as well, because I don't want a situation where the players have to absolutely charge up. Yeah, because it could be a little bit of a nuisance. Like if a player's absolutely getting hammered. So there's got to be some balancing here, because if somebody punches another player, theoretically they're not draining any power. If the other player blocks, I guess. You know what, the melee side of things is fine. But this here, this requires a little bit of energy usage. We're going to go to here. I'm going to do this on the server. Yeah, it's all done on the server. This is firing the beam at the moment. The beam, I can make it take like... I could make it take a proportion of the energy depending on how long you're holding the beam attack for. Which I probably will do, just to begin with. I'm just going to make it so that it requires 20 energy to do the attack. If you can't do the attack, then we don't do anything. Nothing happens, basically. Or what I could do is, you know, just so there's player feedback, is like when the player goes to do the attack, they kind of like fizzle out and they look exhausted, like I need the power up kind of thing. That's probably more likely what I'll do. The player needs feedback on these sort of things, because I don't like having UI elements all over the screen. I want the screen to be as clean as possible. So it's a bit of a tough one, because UI elements, you can definitely overdo it in a game. If there's too much crap on the screen, players are just overwhelmed by it. And considering there's 8 players, each player needs some sort of indication as to what their power level is, that kind of thing. It's going to be a tough one to try and make that work, especially with the camera like zooming out and stuff. Identifying where the players are, there needs to be an indicator for that. There needs to be an indicator for the player's power level. So what I'm thinking about is having like a little thing over the players, a little bar of some sort. Yeah, anyway, there needs to be stuff in place to make it so that the player knows exactly how much health they've got, how much power they've got, and that kind of thing. There needs to be feedback. This is, no, this here is a beam attack, isn't it? It shouldn't do that yet. So I've got to redo this because there's stuff happening on the client that shouldn't be happening. Like when the player goes to shoot, the client theoretically could cheat, sort of. Or at least they could break the game. Right now. So I'm just gonna go to this. I'll just double check to see if we can actually do the attack. Ideally, before I even send a request to the server, I check. I don't need that there. I check to see if we can even do the attack. If we can do the attack, then we send the request to the server. That's better actually. And I'll do the same here. Because I don't want to play like spamming and sending all these like requests to the server saying, hey, I want to do this thing, I want to do this thing. And the server's like, oh, you can't. And it actually kind of takes up server performance to some degree. So what I would do is a client tries to do the attack, can't do it, goes to server, double check on the server if we can. But well, if we can do the attack, sorry, then we go to the server and yeah. Anyway, I'm so tired, it's ridiculous. These little attacks should only take 2, I think. Maybe even 1. Yeah, do 1. I want place to kind of... Actually, no. We'll do 2. That allows them 50 little energy bolts in a row. If they're at full power, it's a lot. It's a hell of a lot. If they do a beam attack, that's when it takes 20 energy. Although, there is a bit of an issue. So we go and subtract energy. True, otherwise don't. And we'll set that default value to true. So I can make it so that it checks the energy or actually subtracts the energy. Oh, that's kind of annoying. I don't want it to subtract from there because the client is just checking the energy. Same with that, just checking. But on the server, which is the thing that has authority over how much power a player has, that will be the thing that subtracts the energy level. And the power level needs to be replicated to the client so that when the server reduces the energy value, like, you know, let's say the player's on 100% energy, they've just fully powered up, they go to do this attack, the beam attack, it comes through here, it goes, hey, I want to do a beam attack, can I even do it? Is it even worthwhile contacting the server to say, hey, can I do it? So it checks its own energy level, it says, hey, I'm at 100, that's cool. So yeah, I can do the attack, 100 minus 20 is 80. I'm not going to take away the energy from that client just yet. I'm going to go to the server, we're going to see if the server can do it. If the server's got the same energy value, which is 100, then it's going to go, well, hey, well, we can subtract 20. So then the server goes into here, says, well, we can subtract 20, it's not going to take us below 0. So let's subtract 20. And then when this gets set on the server, it's actually going to replicate. It means it's going to happen on the client as well. That's what replication means. It's whatever happens on the server happens on the client. So we replicate that value over to all of the clients that also have this value. This is why online networking is so painful. Without some sort of way of showing you guys, it's kind of hard to describe, but hopefully that made sense. Alright, so now I could have a thing here just for the sake of testing. That tells me what my power level is. We go and power level equals this. Bump. And we could also have a thing that says you do not have enough power. Insufficient pylons. Something like that. Insufficient. 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 Insufficient power. Pretty sure that was like from Command and Conquer. Insufficient power. That is like what's the character out of Marvel? Jarvis. Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go!
Kind of sounded like him. Alright, so we power up. We're on sweet F all at the moment. But now we're on 31.8 something or other. And I do my beam attack and it's like, oh, hey, we're on power level 11 now. Something broke here. What have I done? What have I done? Whoops. I've done a thing and it broke. Whoops. I think. So I hit B. We don't want to subtract the power. We have enough power. Came through to here. We subtracted 20. Oh, we had dumb idiot. Fool. Go to here. Do that. It was trying to subtract twice because what was happening is when you press and you release, it was going, oh, we're pressing the attack. Let's subtract 20. And then when I release the B button or the circle, it was also trying to subtract 20 from 11. Obviously not going to work. Because it was below 0. It was like, well, hey, if we're below 0, you can't do the attack. You don't have enough power.
3, 2, 1, go!
This is what takes so freaking long. Oh, I don't have enough power. That's fine. Let's charge up. Now I've got enough power. Can't wait to do the sound effects for these characters. So the beam attack is something that I don't want players spamming them all over the place. So I may even make it so that you need 50 power in order to do the beam attack. At minimum 50 power. And then obviously as the player charges up, the more they charge up, the larger their beam is going to be, the more power they're going to take. So maybe I'll make it so that you need 50 power base just to do a, you know, a small attack like that. It'll be a bit bigger than that though. That's if you like quickly just want to fire a beam out. So you need 50 power for that, but the longer you hold it, the more it goes up and up and up and up and up to the point where you can use 100% of your power in order to do the beam attack. That's what I'm thinking. But when you do 100% of the beam attack, it's this big, nasty, get the hell out of its way or you're dead kind of thing. Alright, that's what I'm thinking. Let's spawn this character in. Now, I haven't fixed up the frequency of the attack of, what do you call it, the little balls, the ball attack. So that's a bit of an issue. Or have I? It's just, it's too much of a delay there. Like it should be like bam, 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 bam. It shouldn't be that you keep having to like hit the button to do the attack, and it doesn't really do what you want it to. What's his character look like? Oh, he's got a green one. And oh, damn. And the other thing is when the character gets hit with an attack, obviously while they're charging, I need to cancel out of the charge. I could actually do that. So I can go to the damage graph. There we go. And set the character's state back to idle. I could also do a very temporary state, which, like over in the anim graph here, I could make it like cancel or like hit with something like it, or interrupted. I could do something like that. And yeah, I could literally, like, as I did before, it was like a knockback maybe, I could call it. And then I could just have these branch out from every single one of these points, just so that there is a spot for it to exit to no matter what I'm doing. Or I could just literally just make it so that things like this. Idle. So if we go back to idle while we're powering up, for example, then we can get out of it. Don't need to do it for here because guess what? That's already set up and it's a loop anyway, so it's going that way. Alright. So yeah, if the player takes damage, charge attack, true. Just trying to think what I've got to do here. If the player gets hit with the beam, God, I'm trying to remember all of this stuff now. That's if the player flies into an existing energy beam. That's what this is here. It will knock him away. Damage hit with charge. So I could pretty much, I could go in here, change that, change that. Damage hit with charge, it does that in there as well. The only downside to this is I haven't set up enough states, so it'd be like, you know, if you get hit, like for example, if we're looking at this here, if we're punching another player and they punch at the same time, I need to like set the state so it's not punching, because right now it's, I mean, I've kind of already done that. Like it says charge punch, we cancel out of it, right? So if we let's have a look at this. Yeah, if we are attacking another player, or if we just run into the other player and we're in the middle of a charge attack, we'll come through to here, we get the other person, the other actor, and we say, or we stop our charge punch, our melee attack rather. We say, hey, are they punching? Well, if they're punching, then shake the screen. Otherwise, we will send that player flying, which is this here, and on that player, we will set their state to idle, which if they were charging up, for example. Let's see if this works. Oh, my back hurts really badly.
3, 2, 1, go!
Alright, so if I power him up, I come along and bam. Yeah, it didn't. The only downside to that is it doesn't stop the charging animation. So we can do that too. We can make it so power up burst particle. In fact, I can just go into here. That was a really long way of going about it actually. Deactivate the power up particle. Activate this one only if they are currently powering up. Oops, these need to go back here. Now we need to go switch. Determine what to do depending on the current state of the player. We don't need to do that because if it's already idle, why would we need to do anything? If we are powering up, then we deactivate and do a little burst thingy. Everything else goes through to here for now. Sure. Okie dokie. I said that I'd finish up at 6. It's now 6:28. Been streaming for almost 4 hours. I gotta have dinner soon. And I think I'm pretty much done with this. So now, bam. The player goes flying. But now they can't move. That ain't good. They can do that though. Oops. I think because it didn't stop them from charging. So to make things easy, like what I can do is actually create a function or an event somewhere that handles this kind of stuff a lot easier. So like the power up thing, maybe, I don't know, in here, never mind, I've already got an event here that does that. So if we get hit, it's going to unblock the movement for us anyway. Although I think if we get hit, does it block our movement? No, it doesn't. Kind of inadvertently takes our movement away, but we'll see what happens here.
3, 2, 1, go!
Super exciting stream again, I know. This is how these streams go. Bam. And then he can come back. Let's charge up again. Bam. Can we move? Oh, we can spin. I don't really like that. I don't want the player to be able to spin. So what I'll do, let's go to the damage graph. Then after 2 seconds, that's when we'll unblock the movement. If they get hit, of course. Now, I don't know if I'll be doing more of this in the next stream because I just want to, I want to get through this stuff as quickly as possible before the end of the year. So, and doing these live streams, it's not a quick and simple thing to do all the marketing and setting up for them. Oh, that's better. And as you saw, like I kind of do things and then I have to undo them and then redo them for the stream. So I'm like doubling my workload, sort of. Hey, look, the damn elbow arm particles are doing their thing again. Yeah, so I might in the next stream like get away from this stuff. We'll see what I feel like doing, or we may stick to it. I don't know. This whole stream series type of thing should have just been called like Metal Ballsy making of or something like that. That would be more appropriate, I think. Yeah. I do have other stuff I'd like to show. You know, the creation of, but I also have to kind of make the most of whatever free time I have. And doing these live streams is it's okay. I do it mainly so that, you know, if somebody comes to the Steam page, they can kind of, well, they can see that I'm still working on the game like every day, pretty much. So if they see a live stream and they're like, oh, there's a developer working on the game right now, might be more inclined to, you know, give somebody the push they need to support the game. Don't know, maybe that's wishful thinking, maybe it won't do anything, but I'd rather try than not. But yeah, it's not to get like a massive amount of views or anything like that. It's also so that like later on in the future, if anybody is like watching the live stream back, they might find this interesting. I don't know. It's a niche group of people, but they might find it interesting. And it's also to help other developers who, you know, are developing their own games. They might see something that I've done and they're going, oh, that's a great idea. Even though it's not a tutorial, it might encourage them to you know, try something in their game. And that's, as I said previously, I want to help other developers. Even though I can't do it directly, I might be able to do it passively or indirectly. Yeah. So there was one thing I wanted to do before ending this. Got that there. I can close that down. Can't remember what it was now. Yep, I'm tired. I'm brain dead. Crap. What was it? Now I've got to think. I've got no idea. I gotta go and cook some dinner. Maybe that's all I need is just some food in the belly. But yeah, thank you if anyone dropped in and is like watching the live stream. That is great. Thank you very much. Let's pop over the camera. If you weren't watching the live stream, that's fine. That's all good. As I said before, it's not really designed to be a big audience or anything like that. At least not yet. Maybe when the game takes off and I do live streams, like development live streams, I'll have more of an audience of people who are watching and maybe asking questions and adding some advice or input, feedback, that kind of thing. Maybe there'll be some suggestions that get thrown out, which may even be implemented into the game while I'm developing it live for you guys. So that's another reason to sort of jump in the live stream, is you get that real-time feedback. Well, I get that real-time feedback and I might actually do something with it. You might have a great, fantastic idea that I just go, you know what, that's brilliant. Why don't I do that? So you could effectively be part of the game in that sense. You could sort of influence the development in a significant way. Otherwise, you just post on the Discord community or the Steam forums. Hopefully, eventually, you know, Epic Games store as well will have forums. I'm not too sure if there are forums for that, but anyway, yeah, hopefully as I do these live streams, it'll pick up and get a bit more active and more people end up watching and adding input. I don't intend to just do development streams. I much prefer to do streams with other people. When I get this big update out, hopefully, where I don't think it'll be end of this month because I've got a whole bunch of work shifts coming up and I keep getting called to work all the time now because there's people who just don't want to work there or whatever reasons. So I don't know what the end of my year is going to be looking like. I think I'm going to be pretty damn busy with my day job. So I'm just squeezing in any development that I can, where I can, while trying to keep fit and healthy as well. Unfortunately, I burn out really quickly. So, you know, if I go and do a workout, I find it very difficult to have the energy to do any game development work. I do, you know, I suffer depression as well, and anxiety and stuff like that. So, you know, I could just wake up and, you know, I could feel fine. I could wake up and feel fine, or I could wake up and feel shit. But if at any point during the day, a memory pops into my head, or a thought pops into my head that is really shitty, like really not so good, it's destructive to any positive sort of mindset that I've got, it can really throw me off. I could, as I said, I could wake up in the morning, feel perfectly fine, be excited to, you know, go and take on the day, go to the gym, go for a nice walk at the beach that's just down the road. And I could wake up really, really positive, and then something somewhere reminds me of something really crappy, or triggers me in some way. Triggers my depression, sorry, in some way. I don't really get triggered by anything. But memories of, you know, stuff, it may pop into my head, or even just really crappy thoughts pop into my head, and that can really just dampen my day. It can really just bring me from up here to... So that stuff happens quite frequently still, and that's just something I got to deal with. And I'm learning different methods and techniques to deal with that. I'm not seeing a counselor or a psychologist or anything like that, but you know, I definitely am researching a lot on that kind of stuff, and learning how to deal with it better. And definitely am getting better because of that. I'm just understanding different psychological behaviors that can hinder my game development and hinder my life in general. So it's all only going to help by doing that research. But yeah, this game, it's everything to me now. I don't have anything else holding me back. I don't have anyone else holding me back or making me feel guilty or anything like that. So my primary focus is on my game, myself, my job, my life, and no one else, nothing else. And yeah, because of that, I've found my passion, I've found my focus, and I have no doubt that no matter what happens with the game, even if it still flops, I will keep persevering and doing better. Yeah, and I'll be in a better place in the future. I've got a very positive outlook on where I'm heading. I think that Metalheads is a diamond in the rough. I think that it definitely has that star potential. It isn't in the same league as some of the other games that don't include multiplayer, or just a very, very cut down game experiences in comparison to Metalheads. I could even say that Valheim is a cut down game experience compared to Metalheads, and I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean that it is a different game, different gameplay mechanics, different level of complexity to create such a game. I don't mean it in a way to diminish the quality of Valheim, because a game like that I freaking love, and I think it is amazing and well deserving of its success. But Metalheads takes a hell of a lot more work in order to get the features finished and at a polished level. So therefore the development just takes a lot longer, especially because it is only made by one person who is, you know, I pay for the game out of my own pocket from my day job. My money doesn't really go towards much else. It goes towards, you know, surviving. And also paying Andy for music. So when Andy gets back from the UK, if he's not back already, get him to do some new music for me. And so hopefully when I do this big update, I'll have some more mini games and more music and more content for you guys. So yeah, I'm excited for this update. There's a lot involved in it, a hell of a lot involved in it, and it's sadly, I mean, even right now, it's still nowhere near done. It's scary because like what I projected my deadline to be, which was sort of start of next month, I may not reach, but ultimately, so long as it's out before Christmas, I will be very, very happy. If it's not out before Christmas, yeah, that sucks, but it is what it is. There's not much I can do about it other than to work even harder. Keep working at it. Anyway, that'll do for now. Otherwise, I'll just keep talking and talking and talking. Hopefully, I'll be able to start doing live streams with other people from the Discord community, for example. Start doing that again. Start having some fun. I haven't really been able to enjoy Metalheads for a while because I've just been developing. I haven't been able to test it with people because of the state that it's in. It's just not in a testing stage that I would like to like showcase it to the community yet, or any of the testers. I don't want them to have to go through the rigors of testing half of this stuff. And if anything, it may have even slowed things down a bit because I've got a good little testing setup. I've got this laptop here. I've got a mini PC connected to a monitor just there. So I can always do online testing on my own, which is good. It certainly helps. Anyway, I'm gonna leave it at that, and yeah, this stream has gone for 4 hours and 7 minutes. Just a little bit, you know, long. The last one went for 7 hours, so yeah, I don't want to do that again. Anyway, rock on, guys. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for joining me live, if you did join me live, and hope to see you guys next time. And without, you know, further ado, I think that's, I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm gonna do the 3, 2, 1 finish thingo, as you guys all love me doing. You ready? 3, 2, 1, finish! Rock on. See you next time.